Former staff of war as well as current staff. So, in all your respective capacities and all protocols observed, I'd like to welcome you to this afternoon's UA at 25 conference. We have one keynote speaker. He will give us his presentation, which will basically be his assessment of the journey of Uganda Wildlife Authority over the past 25 years. And when you have a journey, it is not always smooth. So, as he tells us about where they've been having successes, he also mentioned where they've had failures, where they've had challenges, and generally in 30 minutes, give us a snapshot of how UA has been doing over this quarter of a century. Now, as he's doing that, a number of colleagues amongst you here will be listening very keenly to dissect what he's going to tell us. And when I say dissect, it's not in a bad way, but they will be sort of analyzing what he's been telling us and give their own views of whether it was okay, or whether certain things could have been done better. And, you know, that will be their perspective, those discussions. And we have 4 of those. And then thereafter, we're going to have a general discussion. So that implies that my expectation is that all of you are going to be attentive, not just the discussants, because at the end of these discussant presentations, we'll listen to you in brief telling us what you think might have been done better. So that's how we are going to proceed. Meanwhile, I noticed that our permanent secretary has arrived. And since we haven't yet started serious business, I would request that at least she greets us. When the Honorable Minister comes, if he comes, then of course she will be the one to invite him to speak and perhaps make her own remarks. I thought there was another microphone somewhere. Madam, we do not necessarily want to make you move, but it's your choice, really.
Good afternoon. I didn't think it was necessary for me to interrupt the discussion. First of all, I apologize for being late. I know the minister is on the way, so I was only asked to greet you. So I will hand back the microphone and let your discussion.
Thank you. I wish your greetings were as brief as that. Sometimes when you ask somebody to greet, they greet for about 20 minutes. I wouldn't like to say who they are, but anyway, I'm sure you know. So, Mr. Sam Wanda, the Executive Director of Uganda Wildlife Authority, is our keynote speaker this afternoon. So our expectation, as I say, is that you give us a snapshot in 30 minutes of where UA has been, how it has moved, where it would like to go. And as it does that, there are a number of other people here who I could use as he sorts himself out to just stand up so that you know when you see this guy sitting here, you're scribbling away. Don't be surprised. There's Mr. Achilles Biaruhanga, who is Executive Director of Nature Uganda. There he is. When I knew him, he had some hair. Next to him is another Biaruhanga, Mr. George Owesigere, the Commission and the Ministry. Those are the 4 people who you might see scribbling away. Maybe they will not be scribbling like us all time. You might see the man on his phone and yet he's taking notes. That's the people of these days. So, Mr. Wanda, are you ready to proceed? You have 30 minutes, please. And I warn you 10 minutes before and 5 minutes before. So, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. I had been instructed by the organizing committee to speak for an hour. My chairman gives me 30 minutes and try to fit between the two. Madam Permanent Secretary, our distinguished guests from all walks of life, sometimes fired, but they made a great contribution, and in the room to kindly stand. You are not present. Start with this one. They quickly introduce themselves. Just your name, what you're currently doing. Don't talk too much.
Tom Okelo Bom. I was the chief warden for 15 years before, managing workshop force and killing the urban conservation area. I'm currently the executive director of National Forest Authority.
Thank you. Next.
Captain Osaka Jonebili, Senior Presidential Advisor on Wildlife, and currently working in Parliament in the circle. But I was the first Deputy Executive Director of Uganda Wildlife Authority, and probably the last also.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Chris Oriema. I was the principal warden and retired 2 years ago. I'm currently doing my private business, and I'm happy to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Noah John Bosco was a chief warden in several parks of Uganda Wildlife Authority. At the end, I became the National Conservation National Community Conservation Coordinator at Uganda Wildlife Authority. Currently, I'm a professor at Kabale University, teaching tourism and wildlife.
Thank you very much. My name is Walter Odokorot Bluman. I work for Uganda Wildlife Authority for 23 years as community conservation warden in different protected areas. Recently I came out and worked with colleagues and established Umoja Wildlife Conservancies of Uganda that support communities to manage wildlife on their land and get benefit from it. Thank you very much.
Joseph Sarugo is my name. I got the notoriety of being the first warden of many parks. Windy in 1990, Kibale 1994, and I headed very many others, including the Kemburo, Mount Yukon, and so on. Currently, I left in 2007. Currently, I'm one of the directors of Umoja Wildlife Conservancies, and I do private conservation outside protected areas. I'm a writer, so this is what you are going to hear. Some of the books are here. So I've recorded the history from or even before 1990. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Vincent Kiene. I worked for UWA for a period of 9 years in the legal department. I started as a warden investigator in the investigation, then left at a level of the legal manager, handling major prosecution. After leaving UWA, I founded an NGO called Natural Resource Conservation Network that does investigation, arrest, and support the DPP prosecution of wildlife crime in Uganda. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Pedro Buhanga. I worked with Uganda Wildlife Authority from 1996 up to 2020 when I retired as the Deputy Director in charge of Animals at one time. Currently, I'm a private consultant, and interestingly, I am consulting with World Bank but supporting Uganda Wildlife Authority to implement the DFCD project. Thank you.
Last but not least, yes, I'm Eunice. I'm sorry, I was seated, I didn't see him. I'm Eunice Nyaramahoro Duli. I joined Uganda Wildlife Authority in 1998 as the first community conservation coordinator, and I became the first director to hold that position of director as a woman in Uganda Wildlife Authority as Deputy Director Conservation, and established and built up the Community Conservation Unit. I was also the first woman to hold the position of Deputy Director Field Operations. A position that is demanding, but we managed to build a foundation on which UWA is standing on now. And I also became the Deputy Director Planning and Monitoring and Research, and we built that capacity with the EDIGA on planning, and left UWA as the Director Tourism Business Development. And I used to have my fights with my friend here. So that is about me. I've been in conservation. I got married to conservation. I'm still in conservation as a consultant and supporting building capacity in community conservation for Uganda Wildlife Authority, training wardens and in other areas.
Since I'm the last, I should greet to the people. Director of Uganda Wildlife The first one was unexpected, and I took over from him. I'm currently retired but not tired. I work as a consultant and a private practitioner in conservation. I'm a farmer but who is not broke. That's how
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Lilia Jarova is my name. I worked for 8 years with Uganda Wildlife Authority in different capacities. I started as the commercial and business development manager, and then moved on to work as the tourism development manager and tourism development and marketing manager, alongside supporting the ED's office with PR work. Right now, I work as the Chief Executive Officer of Uganda Tourism Board. Congratulations to Uganda Wildlife Authority for the 25 years. Seeing where we came from 1996, there has been a lot that has been done. Just congratulations to everyone who has been part of this. And for the team who are right now, we are very proud of you with what you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Finally.
Apologies, Commissioner.
Finally. My name is George Owesijire. I worked with the Wildlife Authority for 10 years, between 1996 and 2006. I took some leave, went into hibernation for a while, and returned to UWA in 2018 to 2022. So in total 14 years, I am currently, I've taken some sabbatical leave again. I'm working at the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities as the Acting Commissioner of Wildlife Conservation. Mr. Tekati said he was the first Deputy Director. Dr. Arthur says he was the first Executive Director. I'm also the first ranger to become a Deputy Director. By the way, a ranger in Europe is a very big man and woman, but here a ranger, you don't know what a ranger is, but a ranger is a big title. So I'm happy. Thank you very much for always welcoming me, and I am coming back. I'm not going anywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. You know, George left Uganda Life Authority 3-4 months ago, so I almost forgot that he's now out of Uganda Life Authority. Why did I ask that they start? Uganda Life Authority, probably one of its biggest achievements is to develop the capacity of its staff. And the staff then go out even when they leave and be able to do lots of things. We have MPs, current and former MPs. We have senior presidential advisor in our midst today. We have chief executives. We have consultants, because we have built capacity. So if anything, you forget everything I say, at least you should be aware that Uganda Wildlife Authority builds capacity, and that even when people go away, they remain part and parcel of the institution. But now, Chairman, kindly start recording in 30 minutes. Let's start now. Wildlife management in Uganda started even before Uganda became Uganda. because our forefathers were managing wildlife, mainly for their protein and cultural activities, but also because wildlife is good business. And in 1926, the game department was created then. The population was small, I think less than 4 million. It should have been about 2 million or so. The wildlife was abundant. It was a menace to many people. And so the game department was specifically created to control the wildlife. But going on to around 1952, it was realized that the numbers of wildlife were reducing. And there was need now not to hunt and kill, but to protect some of it. So the Uganda National Parks was created. Together with it were 2 national parks, Queen Elizabeth National Park and Maxwell Falls. And then in 1962, as part of the independence celebrations, Kidepo Valley National Park was created. And the creation of these parks was in these areas where there were parks, you would not hunt. And that was intended to ensure that we remain with the residual population of wildlife. And then in the 70s, 80s, you know, the Armenian era, and soon after, we really low broke down. And so the killing was no longer for management, but it was for business, which was actually legal. And we lost almost 90% of most of the population of wildlife that we had then. In 1995, by that time, tourism had also dropped. Before, in the 60s, Uganda was the place to visit in East Africa. With Maxwell Falls, at that time, receiving as many as 60,000 visitors per year. Currently, pre-COVID, we had reached 90,000, but remember, with the much lower population, when you reach 60,000, that was massive. So, after we recognized that we had a problem, government then, between 1980 and 85, started determining how is our wildlife resource, what is the current status. And it was recognized that the numbers had declined, that there was massive encroachment, that some of the species, the rhinos, the oryx, the baby eland, had reduced to 0, and ideally were extinct in Uganda. And then with the coming of the NRM government, there was a major rehabilitation and restoration that was started to ensure that the protected areas play the responsibility they are supposed to have played. By 1985, when the NRM came, we had only 4 national parks. The 3 I've mentioned earlier, Queen Elizabeth, Maxwell Falls, and Kidepo. And in 1983, Lekeburo had been added. Now 6 more were added between 91 and 93. Mount Elgon, Kidepo, Semliki, Rwenzori, Mugahinga, and Bwini. And that started the reforms that I want to talk about that led to the creation of Uganda Wildlife Authority in 1996. I'll not get into the details of this, but the 2 institutions managing wildlife at the time were the Uganda National Parks, created in 1952, focused on national park management. With it, there was no touch for wildlife. And then the game department that was responsible for managing the wildlife reserves and wildlife outside protected areas. It did license hunting, but it also dealt with human-wildlife conflict. Now, the national parks was semi-autonomous, so it raised its own funds and was managing better because it was able to raise funds and run its activities. And then the game department was doing badly because the resources available were much limited, depending on the budget from Treasury. And so the work of the game department was difficult. So key decisions were taken. One was that the wildlife policy was reviewed, and in 1995, the new wildlife policy was approved by government, and then a new law was enacted to merge these two institutions to form the Uganda Wildlife Authority. That meant that the piece of legislation, the National Parks Act of 1952 and the Game Preservation and Control Act of 1964 were repealed, and now the Uganda Wildlife Statute, as it was called then, came into play. And then the protected area states, the surveys I talked about, formed the basis for starting a protected area assessment program that resulted into changes in a few of the boundaries of our parks. I have already mentioned that Uganda Wildlife Authority came into existence in 2019, and it was created for sustainable management of wildlife and to coordinate, monitor, and supervise all activities related to wildlife management in Uganda. It is governed by the Board of Trustees, currently with 9 members, and based on the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019, which was reviewed recently, so passed in 2019. We currently manage 10 national parks, 12 wildlife reserves, 5 community wildlife areas, and give guidance to the management of 13 wildlife sanctuaries. Those are the areas. I think this screen is not very sharp, or is it my eyes? Both. Always very difficult. But you will notice that either we have the protected areas on the extreme eastern side or the extreme western side, with only Lake Imboria appearing to be more or less in the center, even if it's really the southwest. So much of the center doesn't have those protected areas. But these green dots you see are all forest reserves managed by our representative at NFA, so you will notice there are 4 that our country is not very much endowed with protected areas. They are, especially when you look at the forest reserves, they are very tiny little dots, making them extremely difficult for Mr. Okela and his team to manage. At least the national parks are generally much bigger and much easier to manage because they are one big area that you can easily manage. But the 506 forest reserves of my friend Tom, he has a very, very difficult time. So we need to give him all the support we can. What then happened after the creation of Uganda Wildlife Authority? First, the EU provided funding to undertake a protected area assessment program. That happened between 96 and 99. That developed new boundaries, because I should have mentioned earlier that when the EU, okay, it's actually in this slide, when the EU funded the project was running, they discovered over 65,000 people who were settled in the protected areas, settled there, and built homes. Some of them had schools and clinics and churches and mosques, and it was difficult to have them moved out. So some of the boundaries were reorganized, additional areas were put in where people are not settled, while those that were settled were cut out, and this was done with the enactment of the new boundaries in 2002 by the Parliament. At the same time, it was also discovered that 90% of the wildlife had been lost through illegal hunting, and that, as I mentioned, some of the species were now extinct, and that there was a lot of illegal grazing all over the area. But that Uganda still remained a key biodiversity hotspot for the world. The sizes of the parks, including actually the forest reserves, cover about 18% of the country. The question we should be asking ourselves, what is the quality of these protected areas? I think that is key for all of us here, and I hope you will provide some ideas on how we can manage this better. What have we achieved over the 25 years of existence? I should mention that 25 years was actually last year, but remember around June we had COVID lockdown, and so that disorganized our previous plans of celebrating 25 years, and that's why we are celebrating a year late. But some of the things that you need to keep in mind is that Uganda has wildlife that is contributing tremendously to the economy of this country in various ways, in tourism, in just the biodiversity, the forests, the animals that we have. And that the activities of tourism around protected areas are making a big contribution to the country. One thing I want to emphasize here is this last bullet, that approximately $9 million has been shared with the communities through the revenue sharing scheme. And this figure is for the year 2016 to 2022. And previously, between 2000 and 2010, we had shared $5.6 million. So, and you can already see that there is improvement in terms of the revenue that is going to the communities with time, and we hope that we'll be able to continue making that contribution felt. We have secured the protected area boundaries, except for East Madi and Mount Elgon. All the others, we don't have conflicts there. And for East Madi and Mount Elgon, we continue engaging government and the communities to have that resolved. The population of wildlife, of key species, has improved. I've put a lot of figures here. We have one small problem, which is very big. The population of lions is not doing well. The rest are increasing, except for the lions. And again, we need to put our heads together to see how we can have the figures improve. The trend is generally on the improvement. This is Queen Elizabeth. The red is 2018, the blue is 2014, and you generally see that the red is higher than the blue, meaning increment in the numbers. That is Maction Falls, same explanation. Mountain gorillas, you can see that we had a population that was about 284 in 1987, dropping to 257, but then on the increase. This figure of 459 is a 2018. Now we keep records of all births and deaths of the habituated gorillas, and we are sure that our figure is beyond 500 now for mountain gorillas. So the numbers show good increment. We have improved the species diversity and viability, both inside and outside protected areas. These photographs you see are to do with the translocations we have done over the last 15 years. With Zebra moved into Katonga, Impala moved into Pianupe, Giraffe into Kidepo, Lekebura and Pianupe, Topi into Katonga, and we also moved some other species into Kapoya. So we've done that to try and ensure that we get these animals in various locations to be sure that if we have a problem in this location, the population in another location can be used to restock that. And then we have improved the way we manage wildlife diseases. We currently have a state-of-the-art level 2 laboratory in Mwea, and that is one of the things that should help us manage emerging diseases the way they come. We have strengthened the enforcement. First, originally, we had the issue of protection of wildlife was originally an issue of what we called law enforcement. A law enforcement ranger, the type of Mr. Jojo Weresigire, would normally be the one who would carry out intelligence, undertake an operation, prepare the investigation file, and go to court. And that meant that we lost a lot of cases because sometimes the way it was done was in such a way that there were errors made along the way. Now what we've done is separate the different sections of this process. We have an intelligence unit separate from the operation unit, separate from the investigation unit, separate from the prostitution unit. So you're welcome, Honorable Minister. Must say welcome, Honorable Minister. We are looking at the achievements of Uganda Wildlife Authority over the last 25 years, and I'll continue. I've quickly mentioned some of the achievements. I'll just mention a few of them for your information. First, that we've secured the boundaries of all our protected areas except for Mount Elgon and East Madi, which government is handling. Second, that the population of key wildlife species is growing, and I've given the figures in the presentation. 3 is that we've improved the species diversity and viability by translocating wildlife into new places or increasing the populations in all the places, so that if we have a problem here, we can use population elsewhere to have that population recover. 4 is that we're effectively managing emerging and existing wildlife diseases with laboratories, but also with the training of staff. Then we have strengthened our law enforcement by breaking it into intelligence, investigations, prostitution, and operations. At the same time, we have a Canine Unit, and thanks to both Wildlife Conservation Society and African Wildlife Foundation that have helped us build the capacity to manage a Canine Unit. We currently have 6 dogs, I think, in the Canine Unit, 4 based at the airport in Entebbe and 2 at Karuma. And we just last week concluded the training of 6 staff who will be doing the the tracker, will be managing tracker dogs. We'll be getting those in next month, so that if a poacher came and poached here and he thought that he would run away 10 kilometers around, we won't find him. We will sniff him out from his home and take him for prostitution. So we are going to start that as well. We have enhanced our technology in terms of using drones, smartphones, computers, digital radios to ensure that we are on top of things in terms of monitoring, but also in terms of dealing with the crime related to wildlife. And then we have strategically deployed, I've already mentioned at the airport, at Karuma. We strategically also deploy at the border points as and when we pick intelligence that require our presence there. We have also improved our prostitution with over 80% success rate, especially through the special wildlife and utility court. And we are working with 12 other government agencies in the National Wildlife Crime Coordination Task Force. This is led by the ministry, with RUA, we have police, we have NEMA, we have NFA, we have Ministry of Water and Environment, we have URA, and several others. 13 of us working together to ensure that we deal with wildlife crime. We believe that we've reduced poaching and illegal resource uptake. Why do you think so? The reason I believe we reduced is the population is going up. There is no way the population will go up if the illegal activity is going up. So we've done very well, and I've given a sample of some of the people we've arrested. And we've also have improved our ability to detect, prevent, and combat wildlife trafficking. And some of the products and the suspects are provided there. We've also increased the benefits to communities from wildlife conservation with over 45 billion Uganda shillings shared over the last 25 years. I talked about US dollars before. The figure is over 45 billion Uganda shillings shared, and improving every year as we go along. And sport hunting alone has brought in $3 million US to the communities because they get the bigger figure of what the sport hunters leave into the country. And we have provided resource access to communities worth over 2 billion shillings. There are various businesses being undertaken by the communities. And then there is increased wildlife benefit to communities, as I've mentioned, and some of these tea, revenue sharing, beekeeping, chili growing. I like this particular photograph with the lady. She was actually very happy and excited to see some people. They were staff of NWF visiting her in her garden because NWF was supporting UWA to work on chili growing in a village called Agonu near Makshin Falls. We have continued to enhance knowledge and appreciation of wildlife conservation in Uganda, working very closely with our sister agency, Uganda Wildlife Education Center in Tebe. And we do various meetings. And these days, we have a track that actually can show videos and other information. And you see, these guys will give me this picture where in a Kifuma or Kayunga Road, that particular day they took that picture. We continue dealing with human wildlife conflict. I talked about the game department being established in 1926 because of the human wildlife conflict. That conflict has not stopped, and we have various interventions translocation, stone walls, trenches, electric fence that we continue implementing. Tourism has continued to develop, with visitation increasing from about 45,000 in 1995 to over 330 in 2019. Unfortunately, it dropped because of COVID, but we are slowly and surely climbing up. Concessions in 1996 were only 3. We now have over 30 different privately managed businesses that are in our protected areas, either lodges or shops or boats on our rivers and lakes. And then we have improved the number of tourism products, with gorillas and chips being the newest addition. And the employment remains key to our business. Those are some of the investments, some of which are was owned, like the Wildlife Tower on Kanyocha Street, very near here in Kamocha, that brings in income to UWA. We continue developing infrastructure. I don't know how many of you have visited our headquarters at the top, and then some of these in the parks for staff accommodation. We have improved equipment, and our roads in the parks are much better than they were in 1995. We continue improving the efficiency and effectiveness of our staff. As you've already seen, a good number who were there in 1995, 96 have retired and are still going strong, and some of us are soon joining them. We continue improving the organizational performance. The institution has been stable. Actually, I think, I don't have the details here, but I think the current board of trustees we have is the 9th board in 26 years. The current executive director, the one speaking to you, is only the 6th executive director. That tells you that there has been stability in the institution, and that is why we've made the achievements that we have had over the years. We run based on a strategic plan and general management plans for each of our protected areas. And we have the relevant policies in place. I know that I have less than 5 minutes, so I will try to summarize and finalize. We have opportunities that we have exploited. The policy, the law are really the key on which we base to deliver on the mandate that the authority has been given. We have utilized the resource benefits to enhance community support. We have political stability and peace. We have good climate and diversity. We have a lot of potential of our resources and products. We have learned over the years a wealth of lessons, and we keep going back to those who have been with us to pick their brains and help improve our performance. And then we have used the technology that is emerging, and we continue to collaborate as many of you who are here, not necessarily staff of UWA, but partners that we are working with to ensure that we do better. What are our challenges? I have summarized these. I don't want to belabor them because you know them. Human wildlife conflict, poaching, infrastructure, disasters, invasive species, inadequate funding, that one is always a problem. Developments in the PES, developments that are not wildlife related, like hydropower, like oil, like mineral production. We have climate change, we have zoonotic diseases, we have encroachment, it still remains. And then the fragmentation of habitats, even outside protected areas, that causes a lot of wildlife to end up in people's gardens and homes, and then we have the conflict. We have illegal trade, illegal wildlife trade, and wildlife and wildlife product trade. We continue having demands for bigger settlement, because the people say we don't have where to grow our crops. And then there is the whole uncertainty over the last 2 years of what will happen. Is COVID continuing or is it ending? And we thought we were saying goodbye to it. These days, the numbers have started going up again. And then these days we also talk about merger. But Uganda Life Authority merged earlier with the Game Department. So we have Uganda National Parks with the Game Department. We have some experience. But unfortunately, some of the staff are demoralized because they fear what will happen. A few pictures of some of these things I've just mentioned, but I'll just rush through them and focus on what then are we planning in the next 25 years. I will have left definitely, but if I can make a contribution to guiding the ones following me, that would be great. First and foremost, our vision as an institution in the current strategic plan is to be a global leader in wildlife conservation. That is our vision, and we want to aim that high and achieve it. How will we do so? We'll use digital technology in wildlife management. We will want to manage wildlife outside protected areas, especially working on the aspect of conservancies. I would like to thank friends like Umoja, who are starting to say we can do this thing. And the support from AWF and the RTI in the what they are calling biodiversity for resilience project. Those are guys that we work with. We want to introduce and reintroduce species that are extinct in the country. We want to increase the level of fencing of protected areas to reduce human-wildlife conflict. We want to manage invasive species in our protected areas so that they do not cause a problem to us. We want to be engaged a lot more with development partners, with the private sector, and with local communities. Incidentally, much of the tourism numbers we brag about, I must confess, are not because we are doing a lot of marketing and product development. It is the private sector that has supported us greatly to reach where we are, and we appreciate that. We want to effectively manage compensations. You remember the new law, the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019, provides for compensation. The minister recently signed the regulations for compensation. We want to ensure that that is effectively managed so that it reduces the conflict that is arising between the communities and WUA. We want to reform revenue sharing, because when the revenue sharing came, we had the challenges of how to manage it. We have learned a lot of lessons over the years. We want to capture those lessons and ensure that the revenue sharing really benefits the community. We want to redefine wildlife protected area system plan and address encroachment, especially in some shouldn't have been key forest reserves at all. This is an error. In some of our key areas like Mount Elgon and East Mali, that is an error at all. I'm not taking the forest reserves. We want to develop new tourism products and coordinate better with UTP so that we promote Uganda as the best tourism destination. We want to continue building staff capacity to cope with emerging issues like managing and monitoring developments in protected areas, among other things. And then provide some of them to our sister agencies so that we continue integrating activities. Honorable Minister, Madam PS and Chair, I want to appreciate a few people here. In generic terms, first of all, the leadership of your ministry, Honorable Minister, that we have had over the last 25 years. Because without the ministry, without it giving guidance in policy, without the review of the law, we would not be where we are. But the ministry has done a great job, and it has given us great boards of trustees over the last 25 years that have provided guidance to us as management, and we appreciate. We want to appreciate our sister agencies. I've already seen Uganda Tourism Board here, Uganda Life Education Center. We have the UHTTI in Jinja that provides us several of the staff that we end up employing. The Wildlife Research and Training Institute in Katwe, Kasese, that provides a lot of our ranger force that have grown later to become wardens. And hopefully, like Jojo Wesigire here, I hope one day some of these rangers will become executive directors. For me, I joined as a warden. I'm an executive director. So you can see that there is growth in the institution. We want to thank, in a special way, the local communities, our neighbors. They are not here, they are back there. We are suffering the brunt of wildlife conservation, but they have been resilient. They have guided us. They have helped us. We've had our fights, but they remain our neighbors, and they remain our friends. We want to thank the development partners. I've already listed a few here: USAID, EU, World Bank, UNDP. There are many others. All the embassies around the country that have provided support, we appreciate them. The private sector, especially for marketing our protected areas, for bringing the guests in, and for managing those guests as they come, and making Uganda shine so that people continue coming, we do appreciate. There are lots of non-government organizations, AWF, WCS, WWF, UCF, IUCF. I can not mention each and every single one of them. They have supported us, they guided us, they provided technical support, they provided resources. Thank you very much. And we have a host of honorary wildlife officers. The chair, the former executive director of Uganda Wildlife Authority, Dr. Arthur Mugisha, and your team. We appreciate your support and your advice that you continue freely giving. Honorable Minister, I just want to ask the former staff of Uganda Wildlife Authority who left, who are in the room, to stand up. When you are not here, they introduce themselves. This time they are not going to introduce themselves, but I want you to see them. They have been very helpful to this institution. Kindly stand up, former staff of Uganda Wildlife Authority. They have been instrumental in driving us where we are. Arthur Mugisha was a former executive director. The rest have been in various positions, including the guy behind you, who is your neighbor, sir, behind you. We exported him to National Forest Authority, sir. And we exported George Wesigire to your ministry, sir. So thank you very much. Our current staff, Uganda Wildlife Authority, kindly stand. in the room currently stand. Those currently stand. This is a small sample of the over 2,000 staff that we have in the organization. The majority of whom are actually in the parks, 2,000 of them in the parks, and a small group at headquarters. Thank you very much. I thank you for listening to me. Thank you all our stakeholders for giving the support that you've given. Thank you.
Being a keynote speaker, I couldn't really stop you today. Because after all, what are people going to discuss? We don't hear what you have to say.
But before we get the discussion here, while this was not going on, we now right? Remarks. And to be able to do that, of course, I don't think I have the capacity. I have to go through the permanent secretary and the church to have this remarks, and then invite the minister to also speak to us. Thank you. All of you in your various functions. I have already taken that from you. Honourable Minister, there is one item that you need, and for me it was the highlight, and that is basically what I am going to dwell upon. First, before I say anything, I would like to say big congratulations to the 25 years, not just years, but years of achievement from what we have had in the presentation. 25 years of stability, the easy stages, the 25 years they are having the peak. So we really, as Minister told me earlier, we congratulate you on happening. Now, Honourable Minister, what I want to talk about, why before you came, the ED asked former staff of Uganda to stand up and introduce themselves, which they did, and I then realized why 2 or 3 years ago, who was awarded one of the best employers. Is that right? Now I know why. Because like we saw from the former staff who are invested in building capacity in their staff. However, Minister, like you have already been told, there are 2 senior notes who are some of the Uganda government officials, your neighbor and our CEO for UTV. There are staff here who are now professors. There are former staff who are in private consultancy, including the lady who was the first female deputy director, right? And the first director. Who also happens to be my student. So everyone student when I was in there. A student teacher. I'm very nice to do. I'm very proud to hear that. We have former staff who have started consultancy companies, who have started NGOs like the Malta. We have staff. I know that the former Dr. Mr.
to take the farmer who was broke. And I was really gratifying. But what he didn't tell the others is that he's also the chairman of the governing council of Uganda Wildlife Research and Training Institute. And so the ministry itself has really benefited a lot from those who have worked at the Uganda Wildlife Authority.
Of course, George is a special example. George said he's the first ranger to become deputy director. If I'm not mistaken, I think the second one is Charles Tumwesige. I read in the papers recently. Is Charles here? Yes. That he started as a ranger and is now deputy director of field operations. It's only Uganda Wildlife Authority where that happened. Honorable Minister, the current executive director also worked at UA many years before. Unfortunately, he was fired.
Yes.
Wrongfully, I should add. So he was asking people who had been fired also to stand up, but the others were not fired. He was fired, but came back as executive director. Again, I think this only happens at UA. So I really think you have Captain Oteka, who is now a senior presidential advisor for Master of UA. So I was really listening to all this with a lot of amazement, and I was quite impressed. I think the ministry is also following a leaf from you. We have recently exported someone as ED to NEMA. We have the retired director who is consulting for World Bank and coordinating our project at the ministry. We have the retired commissioner who is also consulting for us, coordinating a project. So I think building capacity for me is very, very important. But we are really happy to see that all these people are here to celebrate with you. We are 25 years. Some of them are still consulting for you. Some are making big contributions towards the work of UA. I don't want really to go into the discussion of the paper, but I want to say that the rest, the bigger things are yet to come. I believe over the 25 years we have achieved a lot, but like we have seen in the plans for the 25 years, I know most of us will not be in UA or the ministry, but maybe we'll also be contributing. Recently I was at a funeral last weekend, I think, in a place called Ruabarata near Lake Buro National Park. And the moment the MC announced that I was the PS for your ministry, I got a lot of people wanting to talk to me, but most of them, of course you know, I usually complaints. And they were telling me how they were beaten up by the rangers, how their land, actually they said that we have stolen their land. Some of them, of course, are just allegations. So we still have a lot to do, but it's really a pleasure for me to be here when you are celebrating your 25 years and to be associated with some of the achievements. I shouldn't make a speech, I was only asked to invite the minister, honorable minister. I just wanted you to have an insight into what happened just before you came, but you caught a big part of the presentation by the ED. So I take this pleasure and honor to invite you to make your remark.
The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities, Dr. Kasoma, the Chairperson of the Uganda Wildlife Authority. Executive Director, Uganda Wildlife Authority, the Director and the Ministry, the CEO, UTB, other senior directors here, the academia, the distinguished invited, leaders of the private sector, friends, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'm happy to join the stakeholders gathered here today for this conservation conference as one of the activities commemorating the Silver Jubilee celebrations for Uganda's Wildlife Authority. I congratulate you. I have missed the first part of the presentation of the paper delivered by the Executive Director, but I can assure you that I will stay for the discussion. The merger of Uganda National Parks and Game Department in 1996 was a deliberate effort of government to ensure that Uganda's wildlife resources are protected and conserved efficiently, effectively, for the benefit of the present and future generations. Our being here today is to attest to the fact that government made the right decision by putting in place a body that has since grown and registered tremendous achievements. As the Executive Director has just highlighted these achievements, I strongly believe that it will not be possible without the support of our conservation partners and private sector in the tourism industry. While conservation partners render a hand in understanding conservation initiatives, the private sector in tourism industry is busy marketing protected areas and bringing tourists who come with the much needed revenue to finance a number of operational activities. Therefore, your presence here is not just by mistake or coincidence. You are here because you and others who are following us on various online platforms are all important to Uganda Wildlife Authority. This conference will continue to highlight, and in the coming discussion there will be more issues raised by what has been achieved by the institution over the last 25 years. Although I was thinking when I was coming here whether I should allow my son, I don't have a son, they are all above 25 now, whether I should allow my son at 25 to get married. Will you allow? But a girl may, but a boy may get married at 25? That is for the parents, isn't it? To decide whether you can allow the young man at 25 to get married or whether you take no, you wait for another 3-4 years. So, 25 years is a good period, but then we still must insist, isn't it, that Uganda Wildlife Authority at 50, that will be the, and we have no doubt that we'll get there. I know some wonder, and myself will actually not be here. Maybe the PS will be, but some. But I can assure you, 50 years really is going to be a great day. Indeed, this is an accountability platform through which the stakeholders are appraised of what has been done over the institution's 25 years journey. And you could really see how much has been achieved by the presentation of the executive director. It is also an opportunity for the stakeholders to make an input into the development plans aimed at propelling Uganda Wildlife Authority to greater heights. I believe that the brains here are capable of doing that, considering that a big number of you have seen UWA, Uganda Wildlife Authority, through the years, and you have moved with this institution shoulder to shoulder, trench to trench. In the next 25 years, of Uganda Wildlife Authority are crucial for the protection and conservation of our wildlife heritage. We should therefore think of what we can do differently to improve in the following areas: ecosystem management, monitoring and research, wildlife resource protection, promoting protected areas as tourism destinations, community conservation activities, animal management, licensing for wildlife use. I'm convinced beyond reasonable doubt that once we do the above right, Uganda Wildlife Authority will definitely be a global leader in wildlife conservation. For the stakeholders, allow me to convey government's appreciation of your moral, technical, and financial support towards Uganda's Wildlife Authority over these last 25 years. Uganda Wildlife Authority is what it is today because of your generous support, and I request you to continue supporting this institution. I'm also happy to hear from the peers that the Uganda Wildlife Authority trains the staff, prepares them for the thereafter. And when they come out, they don't get lost. And when they are working, they know where to retire. And they must always know when to retire and what to retire to. You can retire and there's nothing. But you should prepare yourself that when I retire, I will retire. I don't know when Wanda will start it all that. Soon. Wanda repeated here about 3 times that he's about to go. I don't know why he's so satisfied. By going. At least you will not be fired. That's what you can do. Therefore, as you deliberate at this conference today, I would like to draw your attention to the need for helping Uganda Wildlife Authority to even do better in the next 25 years. With these few remarks, I declare this Uganda Wildlife Authority Silver Jubilee Conservation Conference of and that is
So you heard the story from the ED of how the journey has been over the past 25 years. And I'm sure you're also listening very carefully. So, what we would like to do, I'm going to conservation of wildlife. I first want to call upon Achilles Garuhanga to give us his views on what he has been listening to from the keynote. That I request this to be concise. We have a presentation.
You did mention that some of us IT enthusiasts, so as the presenter was talking, we're doing PowerPoint presentations.
Okay. In that case,
I'll be Honorable Minister. I want to thank the Uganda Authority for giving me this chance to participate in this discussion, and my colleagues. I've not been a member of staff of the Uganda Wildlife Authority, but I've been very close to Uganda Wildlife Authority for a long time. And I think I'm one of those people who have benefited from the capacity that the Uganda Wildlife Authority has built. Dr. Tasoma, who is the chairman of the board of trustees, was my first chairman of the executive committee chairman of Nature Uganda. He actually gave me my first job. So, so thank you very much, Dr. Kasuma. Those days, and my discussion of my contribution of the stories, used to send me to do waterfall counts or bird counts to various national parks. I think I started in 1995. That's about when Uganda Wildlife Authority was in the office. And these are some of the things that I've been collecting, Dr. Kasoma. These are the graphs. One of them is showing kingfishers, the trend of kingfishers. These are bats in Lake Mburu National Park. And some you showed elephants. Now I'm showing you some other elephants you sometimes don't see. I'm also showing kingfishers in the Marshall Falls National Park. And I wanted to show these because they show a positive trend, which I could have had some other species which are having trouble, like the lions. But I thought, since we are celebrating, we should be in a more good mood. So I thought I should use these ones. And when I was collecting this information in the early days, I would go with a taxi. We didn't have a car, and I would end up in Queen Elizabeth National Park, reach Katunguru, enter one of those, I don't know, small little vehicles that parked 15 cars in the one in the yard. And then I would find Charles. Charles was a student researcher, I think, at Queen Elizabeth National Park. And I would beg him to take me in the blue boat, which used to be called the research boat, to go and do the counts. And so you can see, if I didn't have the support of Charles or Tom Okero, Marshall Falls National Park, to give me a vehicle or jump at the back of Rangers monitoring team, then this information wouldn't be available. So thank you very much. I didn't even should have mentioned that Madame Ajeroba is actually the vice chairperson of Nature Uganda. So I have benefited a lot from the capacity that the Uganda Wildlife Authority has been. I work with the Nature Uganda, the East African Natural History Society, which is equally an old organization. Started in 1909, those days. So as governments were talking about setting up institutions to manage wildlife, civil society at that time was also starting to wake up to make a contribution to research and conservation of wildlife. Okay, I don't want to repeat much of what the ED has said, but we all know that protected areas probably now the most effective instruments or tools for safeguarding the technical ecosystems that you have. When you see the map that Sam showed, almost it is the protected areas that are remaining, either forest reserves or national parks. The rest of the country is open. And if you are talking about Uganda as the Pearl of Africa, then I don't know that you have ever dug into what actually this pearl means. In my view, when you're talking about the Pearl of Uganda, Uganda Wildlife Authority is probably at the center of this park. We have seen this wildlife engraved in our culture. It is the basis of our livelihoods. I normally give an example of the bee. If we just decimated the population of bees, more than 70% of our food population will be gone. But I'm yet to talk about protecting wildlife outside protected areas where most of the bees are. And again, he gave us very good figures about the income and revenue generation now that is important for economic development of our country. The governance, I just mentioned it. It has been stable. And for me, I think a few things. Representation on the board of trustees. At least when you look in the Act, it has got quite good representation. Whether practically it does, I'm not sure about that, but at least looking at the documentation, it is good. Working with the lower levels, the communities is fantastic. For me, from the civil society perspective, that's wonderful. And also recognizing the expertise that has been built over time, that even if people retire or leave Uganda Wildlife Authority, they still have a very big contribution to make, I think has been also very strong. Enhancing public management or the management of the parks. I have visited nearly all the protected areas we're talking about. And the personnel you find there, the staff commitment that you find there, and I've seen Heroes Awards every year. I don't normally see Uganda Wildlife Authority team, but I think these are the most unsung heroes that we've got in this country. When you see people in this park, they can die for wildlife. I mean, and I'm sure most of them, again, as my friend has said at the beginning, we pray for the departed. Some of them have really put themselves in line of fire in order to protect wildlife. I sometimes cannot imagine how you can be that committed to protect wildlife. So thank you very much. On that note, I think I do appreciate with that commitment, all the ministers. I think 50 years will come and we shall be even more happy with the achievements of Uganda Wildlife Authority. So I will talk about three things. One, operations. Two, some aspects of finance as well. And three, a little bit about research. Members, one of the teams that I think was appreciated last is the support from partners. One of the biggest achievements that I also think Uganda Wildlife has done is to mobilize partners to participate in wildlife management in the country. If Uganda Wildlife Authority was only going to be made to depend on its capacity, it would have been extremely difficult. Much of the funding that is provided for wildlife management is from partners, is from private sector. Here we are focusing on wildlife reserves and national parks. However, I also needed to mention that statistics show that more than probably 50 or more % of wildlife actually lives outside protected area systems. The law provides that you look after wildlife inside and outside protected areas. But I think a lot of focus has been on protected areas. And it's not surprising that we see a lot of degradation, a lot of loss of wildlife and habitats outside protected areas. When I looked at the documentation of what we call user rights, I think it's a very good opportunity, but I don't know whether they are strong enough to incentivize people to protect wildlife outside the protected areas. I think we need to do a little bit more to motivate people to look at wildlife protection outside PAs, particularly if we can scale up to include not only just species, but also ecosystem services. I think that is still probably lacking. 2010, Wildlife International conducted a study all over the world looking at the state of important bird areas, most of which are actually protected areas. And they were using state pressure and response model, which I think we all know. But what they found was that there has been heavy investment in protected areas. The investment in terms of money that's coming into protected areas has been increasing. The effort has been increasing. But on the downside, threats have also been increasing. And guess what? The state or the status of protected areas was actually not in good form, implying that maybe we need to review the way we are making investments in protected areas. Because funding has been increasing, effort has been increasing, the protected areas have remained the same. How come that actually the quality of the protected areas is reducing? And just using your own example, lions have not improved. Wildlife used what we call trigger species. We've done some studies on vultures. They're also on the downward trend. So there may be something that we may need to do in order to improve the quality of protected areas based on how much we are investing. The other issue I want to talk about is research. I think you probably deliberately said less about research. The focus has been on censuses. Yes, that is good. It produces very good information. But I think as an authority on wildlife, we need to do a little bit more than that. I think my colleagues here would remember we used to have Uganda Institute of Ecology based at Ngea. When I was a student at Makerere University, I looked forward to finishing my academic course and go and study and do research at Uganda Institute of Ecology. But immediately I finished the studies, this institute was abolished. I think if I may look back, if there was one oversight that we made as a country, was to abolish that institute. And I wouldn't be surprised that much of the information that we have, especially ecological information, was the then information that was collected by my elder, Etiquette, and others, and we have had not much information in that area, or very little. And if you are going to manage our wildlife to 50 years, as our minister has mentioned, we really need to have another mechanism. We need to revive this motivation to do research on wildlife in this country. And then Chairman is showing this. I don't know if it means 20 minutes or 2 minutes. I think maybe 2 minutes. There are a lot of pressures that are coming. I will try to be quick, Mr. Chairman. There are a lot of pressures. Some of them you can see on the screen. One of them that I may pick out and quickly is that I drove to Arua just about a month ago, and I went through a fantastic road through Machel Falls National Park. It's really a very good road, a highway through the park from Masindi up to Pakwach, or near there. But when you drive along that road, you, of course, it's a good road, it's a good drive at the same time, but if you're going to count how many species are dead along that road, are very many. And maybe we need to monitor that road. Why the engineers did not think that that was a national park and we should have had overpasses and underpasses for wildlife movement, I don't know why. In this era and age, you cannot have such a kind of highway straight through the park without providing for movement of animals. So, Mr. Minister, if you are going to go to 50 years, I think we need to do some more innovation on how we improve infrastructure in our protected areas. This is the second last, I think, slide. Revenue sharing has been, in my view, one of the most successful that we have had recently. I looked at the paper which is written by Vitalo, which is in the press, but will come out probably in a few weeks. It clearly shows that areas that have received investment through revenue sharing have experienced big declines in illegal activities in the park, which may point to a direction where probably we should be going. That if you invest more in the communities, you are likely to have better returns on conservation of species. And I'm happy that the Directorate of Community Conservation has been scaled up at UWA, I hope it will be followed by more resources in that department to make it even stronger. I'll jump this and go to the issue of protected areas. When I looked at protected areas, it was a bit difficult to define. You can define a national park, but protected areas, it seems to be much wider. I went to the Constitution, Article 237B. It seems to give us an indication of what protected areas are. And if you look at that, actually we have got more land for protected areas than what you mentioned, Sam. Probably more than 30 or even 40% of the country. But what I want to pick out from here is that the different protected area systems are still operating independently. So we have got my friend Tom here, he's on his own. We've got Sam, he's on his own. We've got my friends in the Wetlands Program, they are on their own. And we are not coming together as a team and lobby as a unit. Probably we shall be listened to more than if we continue operating in what some people call silos. So I want to end with another graph, Sam. Whereas the others were on the upward trend, this one is just there, zigzag. I don't know what is happening there, but we need to continue monitoring. Maybe by 50 years, we shall know what is happening with the fish eagles at Gasenga Channel. Thank you very much.
So, you had Mr. Kenneth Biaruhanga. I think let's hear from the other Biaruhanga. To also talk about the tourism angle.
Thank you very much. Honorable Minister of Tourism, Wonderful Antiquities, our beloved Permanent Secretary, the CEOs who are here, the academia, my colleagues from the private sector, and everybody here. I really appreciate and congratulate you for being here celebrating 25 years of successful conservation. My name is Herbert Biaruhanga. I am the president of the Uganda Tourism Association, the apex board of the Tourism and Hospitality Trade Associations in Uganda. I've been here for quite some time, since 1994. I've interacted with the national parks from that time. But having grown from Rubirizi, I've been in the park for quite a while. So I have some knowledge about what has happened. I remember our days, there used to be a warden called Sally. He used to ask people to go and bring him the balls of men to be able to count who have been poaching. I remember that time I was young, I was in secondary school. I don't think I know that. So, my views here are from the sector. When I received the invitation, I consulted our people. What should I tell these colleagues of ours? What do you think I should, what message I should carry? Honorable Minister, we appreciate of these 25 years for one, sharing money with communities. Thank you very much. Like my colleague has said, it helps a lot in fighting wildlife crimes. We do appreciate the improved infrastructure in the national parks. I can tell you, if you go to Lake Mburo now, it's like a highway. Very fantastic. Very good. We do appreciate the increased number of wildlife in some of these protected areas. Like you have given the figures, Mana Idi, it's correct. It's really correct. It's correct. Lake Mburo will ever satisfy anybody who wants to see wildlife. Maxon falls at the top. Kidepo is excellent. We do appreciate an improvement of toilet facilities at the gates. I am speaking from the private sector side. You come with tourists, get to the gate, no toilet. But now I can tell you, if you go to Samliki, excellent. You go to Lake Mburo, fantastic. You go to Queen, yes, somewhere not good, but a big improvement. Good job done. We also appreciate you for giving concessions to people, private sector, really. Seeing boats on the road, on the waters, lodges, and other services, including the other one which I don't like, hunting. But of course, he has talked about 3 billion, but it's okay. Yes, some improved visitor centers. Yeah, there's some information, although somewhere some of them are not doing very well. I know Bwindi for sure has got very good information center. If you go south, very good really. If you go to Bogoma, you really want to see the information about life and you'll appreciate it. Honorable Minister. The growth of revenue is excellent, from 2 billion in 1996 to 100 billion. Perfect. But of course, I must note, on top of that money, I understand also that you get support from World Bank, from conservation organizations like you have said. You have seen the increase in the infrastructure, support, bringing in the buses, boats, and other things. We think there are some shortfalls. While I was getting disappointed at some point when I meeting, the minister came and said, at 25 you can't allow your son to get married. So I calmed down. I realized the Silver Bank has a lot of wisdom to calm people's emotions. So, the information centers which are available for sure, Honorable Minister, they lack a lot of information, updated information. It's not there. So they should be upgraded in the next 25 years to have digital displays for sure, to match with the emerging trends of technology. Honorable Minister, gates are managed by junior staff and people don't make decisions, which is an embarrassment. In the last 25 years, we should have known that we get visitors of different categories. They enter the national parks, you get to the gate, nobody can make a decision. If you delay it behind, and your exit time is 4:30, and you come at 4:45, the ranger will not allow you to get out. You pay for another day. There should be a manager there to make a decision on behalf of the organization. It's still very, very important. Some wildlife reserves have been left for hunters. I've been reading through the management plans you've been already, sharing. And I found out that these guys are supposed to build infrastructure in these wildlife areas, but they have not. They are only hunting. Yeah? They are only hunting. And management of hunting, Honorable Minister, is something we feel as private sector should be monitored, so that the rangers who are not well paid, but of course we know we don't have enough money, they are not bribed. Because if someone has a quote of killing a buffalo at $5,000, it is easy to bribe a ranger. The guy doesn't have money. While I said there are toilets at the gate, when I missed that there is a challenge here. I have got these parks. I've been going to these parks for the last 25 years. I can tell you, we don't have toilets in the parks, and yet we have got big areas. Someone goes for a game break for 3 hours. Anybody who is above 55 cannot hold waste. They will panic. They will develop red eyes. We need toilets in the parks. We need campsites. Honorable Minister, we need campsites, which are facilitated. That people should go to the national parks. And you charge us money for camping, but when you go to a campsite, nothing. You fight with lions at night. At Bwindi, where there is a lot of money, Honorable Minister, our Silverback, this is your time to go and tell everybody out there in the cabinet, it is a shame. I know they have promised in every budget that they are going to do those roads. It is a shame that where we have our cash cow, our gold product, the roads are terrible. I was there last week. We need to go to the national park of Bwindi from all corners. It should be now. If they can't put them across, let the man of roads be smart. Another thing, the Honorable Minister, at Bwindi good experience, we drive our tourists and put them there, hand them over to UWA, give them to you in the morning. And then you tell me you're about to track gorillas somewhere in Chitauri very far. Then you want me to drive them there again. Do we work for you or provide vehicles there? Please, to drive your tourists the parking areas. We need an experience. People feel they have tracked gorillas and there is value for the money. In the next 25 years, let us have the best product of gorilla tracking. Our national parks, actually, we go through by the grace of God because maybe we are Christians in Uganda. There are no signage in the national parks. We get lost all the time. If you say yes or no, I am here to tell you the truth. Business development is low. Why? Limited tourist activities in the national parks. Tourist activities, I'll suggest to you the ones we think should be able to do. Over-reliance on gorillas. Over-reliance on gorillas. Gorilla tracking is one day like this. People come for gorilla tracking, they go for 3 days maximum. They go, track gorillas the next day, come out. But there are other products. People can live here for 20 days. Butterflies, reptiles, plants, all these bring money here. Honorable Minister, tourism business, to be honest with you, is not among the top priorities of Uganda Wildlife Authority. Let me say it. It is not among the top priorities. From his speech and his presentation, for sure, I did not see tourism talked about. He talked, is that private sector for bringing tourists, but you are speaking like a scientist. Honorable Minister, I want to be honest with you. The warden tourism here in these parks in UWA report to the chief warden. The chief warden reports to the director of conservation. The director of tourism has no connection with, other than being a boss that they salute him. He has no control. This, we have discussed this over years, in the last 10, 15 years. The guides in the national parks are rangers. Today I was even reading the Wildlife Act to find out if there is any description of a ranger, the definition of a ranger or a nature guide in the Wildlife Act. My colleague told me, no, you said that one is in the strategic plan. I said it's okay, but I must mention it. Why would you really, for sure, have a tourism department which has no control? I think there are even 5 people in the tourism department, the whole world. This is why we have issues all the time. When I eat before you retire, work on it. We really want to see tourism department empowered to be able to deal with people. That's why we don't have products. Because all these are conservationists. They talk about animal protection. How do you get conservation done if you don't have money? One foreign tourist pays $40 to enter the park. In Uganda, they pays 20 altogether. So if you have 1 million tourists paying $40, how much money is that? Somebody talked about research, my colleague here. Honorable Minister, wildlife tourism depends on information from researchers. UWA does a lot of research, but this information is kept somewhere in the library. If you walk there, you will go to the library. But the information from research is supposed to be simplified for the business community to be able to use for now. We don't have this information. And the other, Honorable Minister, you remember you are crying about content. The country doesn't have content. I know UWA supports tour operators with some money, but it's a very negative view. Very, very negative view. A trip of marketing, if I go to America for adventure show, I need minimum $6,000. So imagine how much we collect from you, and then you have 100 tour operators going down. It becomes a challenge. So you need to increase on this money, but we are in good talks recently, and we are going to increase on the permits and maybe find a way. I think it's going to work out. So what is what we propose, Honorable Minister? We propose that we increase lodges in the national parks. I don't see why I should break the fact that find another lodge. Very many investors. You have heard that it was in 1996 it was 20 and then 2 billion. Now it is 100 billion. Give 10% back to the people who bring you the money, please. Honorable Minister, give us 10% of the 100 billion. And we bring it to us. We bring 1 million to us. Not 330. It's a shame. 330 tourists. You know, it's a shame. The other day they were saying 1 billion. I don't know where that billion went. Honourable Minister, kindly increase the budget on developing and marketing other products. Bird watching. You know me for bird watching, isn't it? For the last 25 years. Once in a while, Uwa comes in and maybe gives us farm to entries or something like that, or maybe a training. But if you go into Uganda Wildlife Authority, there is no infrastructure for bird watching at all. What's happening? Look at the binoculars you bought 5 years, 10 years ago. They are like for kids. Please increase towards activities in these areas. 25 years. Look at Mansion Falls. Honestly, we already go there to look at the falls like this and go out. Why not put the cable car there in the next 50 years? Cable car over Chambora Gorge. Not a cable car. People need that experience to increase on the income. Canopy walks. Our colleagues somewhere, you know them. I'm not going to mention them here. We talked about it in a workshop, I remember, 10 years ago. We talked about cable cars. They were in the meeting, they went and implemented and put a cable car there. Well, I mean, a canopy walk. Why not us? Zip lining. Why would we do it? Tree climbing is a new activity. Your Honourable Minister, the boats we have on our waters do not carry enough tourists. It's only a private sector, maybe G&C and other people and Marasa, who managed to get the smaller boats which carry very many people. When you want to buy, you bought big ones, which cannot carry many people. You are making losses. Let's have those which can carry Ugandans. And we make more money. Because when you get there, we wait until you get a number. I arrived with 2 people. Actually, the boat at the Lake Mburu is supposed to be actually put in a museum. The small ones. They should carry them and put them at the museum. The other day I was with tours from America and the engine broke in the middle of the lake. I'm telling you, I had to pedal. When I got back home, my wife had to massage me for a month. What a shame, you know? No one serving someone for massaging my ribs. I was embarrassed, but you know, when you are talking, when you have tourists, you know, government is doing well, is working hard, is somebody which has been here, man, we are going to do it better. You are protecting who? It's terrible. I'm protecting the name of the country, but inside I'm dying. I am dying, you know. About 2 minutes. I am finishing. I would be happy, Honourable Minister, to have such a conference, and you have 20 professors who are trained by UWA in wildlife, in our animals. Not announcing one. My friend there, he's recovered after, I think he became a professor after leaving UWA like 10, 15 years. How many have you supported and they have become doctors or professors? Let us be honest to ourselves so that we have people whom we know we have grown and they have become the professors. Restoring wildlife should be a must. I was in Tanzania last week. We can't compete with them. We are just supporting them in wildlife. That's a store. The other day I was in Echuya and I said, but for sure, if I tell someone, and we carry 2 gorillas from home and put them in Echuya, and I keep quiet and see what happens. We need to do certain things for our countries. As a country, there's something we should do in our own as secrets. We don't tell everybody. Why are researchers in Uganda, conservationists, they keep telling everybody we're going to do this, get the animals, put them there and keep quiet and wait and see. If they die, it's okay. Come and play over this yard. Thank you very much.
So next we have another discussant, Madam Eunice Rudi. She's going to, I guess, give us that aspect of gender and conservation and issues like that. How have we done as war over the past 25 years?
So Eunice. The mic is here.
Honorable Minister, the Permanent Secretary, the Chairman, Board of Trustees, all the CEOs who are here, including the Executive Director, our elders, and all other protocols observed. I'm discussing the paper that was presented looking at the aspects of women in conservation. But Sam was very clever and very wise. In his paper, there's nowhere he mentioned men, and there's nowhere he mentioned women. Not a single word mentioned men or man or women or woman. So either he made my work difficult or he made it easy for me, because I did not have nowhere to catch him, to critique him. But what I did, I went along with his flow and looked at women in conservation as we all started. And I looked at, in general terms, women have been conservationists actually time immemorial. Even before the national parks, wildlife protected areas, forest areas were created. There have been conservationists in their primary roles that are listed there, and basically creating wealth. But the issue and the question is, when we come to look at women in conservation and protected areas management, protected areas, I'm looking at wildlife, I'm looking at forest reserves, wetlands, fisheries, name them. So globally, actually, women are less represented in decision making, in management, in conservation, and in other sustainable development issues that relate to environmental management. So from the historical background that the ED gave us, he mentioned, if you recall, that when the national parks were being created, or the wildlife reserves, the first need was to protect people from wildlife, because people were few and wildlife was a lot. Then later, as population increased, there were more people, and therefore now they needed to protect wildlife from people. But all this was seen as a role of women, of men. Because when even I looked at the list of chief wardens from the time, for example, Kidepo National Park was created, up to current, some you are, I think, present, the current chief wardens, they are all men. So at the time of protecting wildlife from people, it was men who could do it. At the time of protecting people from wildlife, it was men who could do it. So in the early years, definitely, there were very few women in conservation or protection of protecting wildlife, protecting the national parks and wildlife reserves that have been created. Those who managed to be there were in those positions of cleaners, clerks, secretaries, cooks. But at that time, the reasons for that were many. You could say there was low level of education for women, there were few women going to school. Even those who were going to school were not training in conservation sciences. There was already a bias against women that we cannot manage difficult work in forestry, cannot manage, we are not courageous enough to manage wildlife, and therefore we didn't have the strength to be there. But also, the other issue is the primary role of women as the reproduction role, where you have, which caters most of child care, home care, health care, all that keeps women away from engaging. At that time, kept women away from engaging in conservation and protecting their management. So, in 1996, when wildlife was created, wildlife authority was created, there were few women at senior level, senior management level, and there was no single ranger. And this is from Dr. Gladys Karema. At that time, she joined before me, so it's from the reliable source. that there was no single ranger at that time in Uganda Wildlife Authority. So when I joined in 1998, I found 3 ladies at senior management level. That was Liliana Jarova. She mentioned her post that she went through, or the different portfolios that she went through. There was a Poppy at Kunda. I don't know if she's here. I think she's not. She would have introduced herself. Gladys Karim, of course, as the first wildlife veterinarian. And then when I joined, we became 4. And that was at senior level. At the ranger level and middle management level, there were few women. As I told you before, I looked at the history of the depot. That's why I could get at least the names of all the chief wardens from that time. The others you have maybe 1 or 2 mentioned. At the board of trustees level, at least from my experience, you have 1 or 2 women, and one of the board that I'm very familiar with, we had only 1 lady, Madam Kwentumzini. But currently, I think at that level, we are doing very well. There are 4 out of 9 members. That's close to 60%. Now, I don't know if this photo is clear for all of you. Chairman, moderator, I want to have at least 5 minutes for this photo. First of all, I want to, all those who are in this room and can see themselves here, please, can we see your hands up? No? Okay. Huh? I think John Bosco knew you were there. I'm interested in yourself. My eyes So we have Joseph Serugo, Chris Oyem, John Bosco, and myself. Anyone else? Dr. Mugisha would have been in this photo, but at that time he had gone for studies. The only 2 women and 1 of them. So you see there's been a big change. So now this was in 1999, and this was top management with a meeting with the chief wardens. And chief wardens at that time, they were really chief wardens, as we had a name, yes. Chief wardens. They were really chiefs. So, in this photo, that was 1999, and we were having the expatriate executive director, Dr. Robbie Robinson, and this meeting was inaugurating the top management meeting. And so you can see this top management, the ratio of women and men. So that is how far Uganda Wildlife Authority has come from. But all these people you see here, none of them is still with Uganda Wildlife Authority at 25 years. Unfortunately, some of the members here have passed away, but at the beginning you asked for a moment of silence for those who have passed on. So, this is where UW has come from. The one with the mic was one of also the first executive directors, Dr. Ndroma. But what is good about this photo is, although all of them were in that photo are no longer in Uganda Wildlife Authority, they left behind a strong foundation. Because in this period of 1999, maybe 5 years onwards, it was a very difficult time for Uganda Wildlife Authority. At that time, it was 1 billion, 2 billion. So you can imagine working on 2 billion to manage the wildlife parks, to manage community issues, to train staff, and be able to actually keep the integrity of the national parks and wildlife reserves. So this team did a tremendous job, and I think we should applaud them. So now we've moved from 1999, we are now in 2009. I could only get numbers from behind, way back to only 2009. I thought I would get up to maybe 1996, 1998, but I couldn't, because remember how we're operating, the systems were being built, so it was not easy to get those numbers. But as you will see again, how the women are performing is not any better than before. If you look at, that is 2009, that's about more than maybe 10 years ago. The females were just about 15% of the total staff for the whole organization. In current, they're about slightly over 20%, which again, the increase is not so much to celebrate about. And when we break it down to the ranger level, it's still the same. In 2009, it was just 57 rangers. But remember, in 1996, there was 0 at the ranger level. So I think at that time, we were doing well. Other staff, maybe slightly better, but still not so good. We are talking of 17% of women as of now. But when you break it down at other levels, currently you are talking about maybe 28%, which still is not a big figure. But the small numbers have made tremendous achievement in protecting our wildlife and managing our protected areas. So what are those changes that have been influenced by women at Uganda Wildlife Authority? Or just maybe quickly go through them. We have, for example, you recall that in 1996 there was only one woman veterinary doctor, wildlife veterinary doctor, sorry, and the first one in UWA, but currently we have over 20 women veterinary doctors, and we have one in UWA. Most of you have interacted with her or met her, Dr. Dirichiru. Our public relations, the first really public relations portfolio that we had in UWA was led by the late Lilian Subuka. And she bridged that gap so well that from that time, UWA has never looked back in terms of relating with the media, relating with the public knowing about UWA. And I think generally UWA has a good corporate image, public image, but it's that lady that laid the foundation. Now, remember they were saying that in 1996 and beyond, that women do not have the courage, do not have the strength to work in those difficult areas, to manage wildlife, and remember UWA is a paramilitary organization, and we did, like it was pointed out earlier, that UWA is based on building capacity for its staff. So UWA, we started that regular training of staff at different levels in paramilitary. And there are 2 trainings that were special for me when I was Deputy Director of Field Operations, which I coordinated and were successfully done. But what is special about those trainings is that the excellent graduates, what they call them, were women. And so one of them is Vani Sidawa, she's here. And the other one is Margaret Kasumba. She's not here, but currently she's heading the law enforcement party, I'm told. And of course, women have moved on and are now major investors in tourism. Yes, they are now competing. Yes. And they may differ surpassing you. Yes. So they have the best. Some of them are proprietors of the best tourism facilities in and around protected areas. So women are coming up in all the different sectors or different spheres of conservation. So, well, I'm not blowing my trumpet. I had already introduced myself of what I was able to do, and others picked on. And then also in customer services, more women tour guides are being trained. I think courtesy of Mr. Herbert Yarhanga, he's doing a good job encouraging more women and girls to train tour guides. And they are active. You know, you train, but you don't stop at training, but they are active. Yes. So women now are now being deployed in the field and working well, but still, as you saw from our statistics, it's still low. We still need to do more. And I know one lady who braved Kidepo National Park at that time, Pamela Anin. She's not here, but also that time we were trying to encourage her to train her as a pilot. But the training, some certain issues happen. Imagine if she had trained and you had a woman pilot who would be flying very high, isn't it? You can imagine. We would be talking with the first woman pilot in conservation. I'm sure there are other pilots elsewhere. So in decision-making positions, we are not doing bad, we are doing very well. We have 4 members on the board. We have the first ever woman permanent secretary in tourism and wildlife. And I think the sector is doing well. Am I right? But you have not clapped. Yeah. So in 2012, we had 3 ministers in the Ministry of Water and Environment. Currently, I think we have 2 women and 3 commissioners. Tom, you will correct me there if I'm wrong. The ED Tourism Board, the UTP, has already spoken for herself. We have, I think, Acting Tourism Commissioner is a lady. Now, we also have women influencers and role models. And there's a lady I met when I think I was in school, I can't recall. She's been a long time conservationist and the private sector know her. Elder Maria Maria Mujura. Yes, she has been there, she's still there, and she's still going strong. So she's still influencing others, she's a role model. So for all these years, more than 25 years, you know. So we have the retired director tourism, Langina Chachira, retired commissioner tourism, now there's this special category of women who I call the women, who are veteran women. Those who transition from national parks to Uwa and are still going strong. I expected her to be here. Grace Chomunindo. I don't know if Sam there is another one apart from Grace. All right. She's the one I could remember, but like I said, I mentioned a few. So, what the women, although we are doing well, they've done well, but there are challenges that we are facing, or they are facing. The women are still few compared to men. And I think in some circles, behind the scenes, there's still resistance from men. Although it's not okay. Still viewed as weak in the field. When the chief wardens are deploying, am I right? What are the chief wardens? They are not. Oh yes, there is a Zuma. There is the Amanya. Am I right? When you are deploying, you will still say, but you know, this area I think Lotiango will go, not a chance. All right, so first the other challenge is that both men and women are making sacrifices to be in this sector, to be in this field of conservation. There's a lot of sacrifices that the men and women make. But the women are making extra sacrifice of being away from home, of being away from their primary roles, child care, family care, less time for the family. And we've seen many marriages breaking up for the women. And usually when the marriage breaks up for the woman, it's usually difficult to start another one. But for the man, somehow, somewhere, something happens and it continues. Yes? He gets another outpost. Now we call them outposts. But yes, I was in the field recently. Yes, I was in the field recently and they kept saying, so I think I was going to his other outpost. This one has 3 outposts. So but the woman cannot get another outpost easily. Yes, so then most of them have started mainly single mothers when they are in the field, because it's very difficult to keep a relation when you are moving, when they move. And we've had cases where children of these single mothers are being attacked or killed by wildlife. There are about 2 cases, I think. Then there are also wildlife attacks for those on duty. I think there's a current case that you have. Keep in prayers. But women are also drivers. How are women drivers now in conservation? That we need to look at or we should consider for the future. The future that Edie talked about, the goals, the vision that you talked about to achieve. One is to recognize that they are the other half of their voices in conservation, and it is very vital, because you have half of the force that should be driving this conservation process. They are better communicating regarding environmental issues. I recall at one time we were at the CITES, one of those CITES conferences, that is 2004, when the Southern African countries were proposing to be allowed to have a one-off sale of ivory. And how it is done, the range states you go and discuss and agree and come with its position as range states. So these Southern African countries were wanting to apply. And we're in that room, and Madame Blandina was one of the delegation. The men were almost getting at each other's throats. The West Africans, East Africa, Kenya, India, they were all opposing. So there was a stalemate until she calmed the situation and said, but we are all Africans. Why is it so difficult for us to support our fellow Africans to utilize a resource that is going to benefit them? Then they all opened their eyes and said, yes, by the way. A common ground was reached and went to the primary with one recommendation, and then the Southern African country said, next time we should carry women in our delegations. Otherwise, if she wasn't in this room, we are going to go with a divided position. So they are good at communicating. They are able also to identify issues that need to, and also bring about solutions. And they are very resilient in implementing some of the mitigation, because their primary roles depend on conservation. So I just picked 2 areas where we can focus and see if we target or focus on women, we may be able to make a change. For example, in the energy sector, they are saying 95% of our life, which is a lot of firewood, a lot of charcoal. But who are using this? It's the women. So if we ensure that women are essential in these clean energy solutions that are being proposed, we may be able to make an impact, especially around the PAs, forest reserves, that where there is a lot of pressure for wildlife, for biomass resources in terms of firewood and charcoal. Then climate change, which is also a big challenge, which also not addressed, could affect the targets that the ED talked about. Women are very resilient and they have exceptional efforts in trying to implement adaptation and mitigation measures. So, as we look at these measures at the national level or within the conservation sector, I think it's time to critically look at how women can play a central role. And also it has been documented that where women are participating or leading in decision making for conservation, there are always good outcomes. And I think you have seen from what has been happening in the sector and what is happening now. So, but we need to support them, the men and the women. We need to continue working together and increase their numbers, and maybe in terms of what can be done for the women, for us to change the other figures that I showed, we need maybe to look at, for example, in the field, we've seen the challenges that they face, where you have to leave your child because you have no one to leave the child with to go and work, and you come and you find the child has been eaten by leopard, by lion. Is there something that can be looked at? What facilities can be provided for these women where they can leave their children safe and are able to find them when they go to work? And the other one could be in terms of continued mentoring women. I know UA is an open, equal opportunity to all women to apply and train, but I think there's something more is needed to be done to have more women join conservation, UA and NFA. I don't know about NFA, but the situation could be the same or worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Eunice. Let's have our last discussant. He's going to look at the policy and legal framework angle. Mr. George is beginning.
Thank you very much. Trustees of the Uganda Wildlife Authority, the Chief Executive Officer, President, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. You know, it's because you are just a disadvantage because people tend to forget what you will have said, but I will share a few comments that I have captured. Yes, I want to congratulate the Uganda Wildlife Authority for having attained having provided an opportunity for a number of us to serve a great institution that has modeled us, that has nurtured us to be able to speak to today in front of you. Also thank you, the Honourable Minister, for being here with us to appreciate, but also to listen to us about what has been happening in the sector in the past 25 years. Thank colleagues who have, individuals who have nurtured us as individuals. Mr. Serugo Joseph, whom I met in 1994, first chief of the Dr. Adam Isha, who has been also around for a while. Madam Eunice, thank you for being with us. You used to train us in the monetary resource access. I didn't see, and that's one of the making, that the data, I think has talked about it, we need to collect data on various aspects. I talked about census and information library. I think the majority of us would have loved to hear how much manure do we give the people around Mount Elgon in terms of tons, and how that has significantly contributed to their welfare and livelihoods, but also in terms of financial contribution. If we attach value, what do we see as a contribution to the community in terms of resources? And you did a great job around that time. We appreciate. Now, let me go to the presentation as it comes. The ED did talk about the pre-1900 era, when communities were managing wildlife resources on their own. They were regulating themselves, they were harvesting a few, and they were, and everything was moving on well. Of course, I did highlight that the population, the human population was very low, and the water population was a little bit stable. That has changed over the years, and ED, I'm glad you were able to take us through the policy reform journey up to 1996. So I'll be highlighting what I've also observed from around 1994. But as he comes in, the policy, the wildlife policy of 2014 does note that the first written policy on wildlife was formulated in 1994. And this draft, Honourable Minister, in a draft format for almost 6 years, up to 1999, when an attempt was made to revise it, but it wasn't successful, so we kept with revise the draft policy. But at least the policy, the draft informed the review of the statute and the enactment of the Wildlife Act of 2000. Okay, thank you. Yes, so I've talked about. Sorry. Okay, yeah, same. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so I've talked about the policy, but this policy, there were a couple of issues that emerged that for many years we had inherited the colonial system of managing wildlife, which emphasized the preservation, and this time around around the 1994 when we had our first policy, and then throughout the period up to 99 and 2000, at least there was some level of reviewing the rules, and it allowed some bit of access because the pressure was too much and the people wanted people wanted to access the resources. And in 1995 we had our constitution that provided room for formulating the 1996 statute also. So the 1995 constitution is highly supportive and objective 13 of the directive principles of state policy, and it mandates us to protect important natural resources. But also Article 237 of the Constitution and Section 44(1) of the Land Act both highlight the need for us to protect these resources, including lakes, rivers, wetlands, forest reserves, for the benefit of the people. And that is something I always emphasize. For ourselves, we are not protecting, and the state is interested with these resources, but on our behalf. So that is quite important. And then after 1995, we have the Wildlife Statute and the Act that merged the Game Department and the National Parks to form what we are celebrating today, the Uganda Wildlife Act. Now, there are a couple of issues around that time that emerged that I should point out, that whereas the policy was being formulated, it is the last time that a number of other policies were being formulated to harmonize and operationalize provisions of the Constitution, the land policy and the Act, the forestry policy, the National Environment Action Planning process was also ongoing. But for us as a sector, we moved faster, so there was no harmony in terms of conservation and aligning our policies to the other emerging policies at that time. But also the community conservation approach was adopted, but there was no formal policy, and I would like to thank you, ED. Today we have a policy that guides operations at the institutional level. Now, the management of wildlife outside protected areas, my colleague did talk about it, yes. Today, I think NEMA in 2009 did report that we have 50% of our wildlife outside protected areas. But we are sure from 2009 is the wildlife still there. Those were issues, problem on animal management. At that time, the law did not provide for compensation. So we have moved. I don't know whether this was introduced by UA to capture compensation in the new act, and whether it will enable us in the next 25 years to reverse some of the damages and address the challenges, but we currently have compensation. And of course, the ED did report that 90% of the populations had been reduced. But one of the other important things that for me, from I've been everywhere, like not MPA, but not also UPC. UPC used to be everywhere. Now, at that time, the Wildlife Act 2000 did not provide for the roles of the ministry. And that became a tricky issue because the ministry was relatively hanging. It was, the Act had a provision on supervision. The ministry maintains the role of overall supervision, but there were no clear roles and mandates. So that created a little bit of a problem at the beginning. As we moved on, as we celebrate the 25 years, and of course that has been addressed in the new law. And then issues to do with there was a lot of pressure to utilize wildlife. and the law provided for 6 classes of wildlife utilization, including hunting, which had been, I think, banned by the late President Idi Amin. But we did realize that the populations, if you were to manage very well, you needed to allow some level of harvesting. So the Act introduced the hunting and ranching. Now, something important to note is that from 1996, the law and the statute and the Act provided for ranching. But as I speak here tonight, we don't have any single ranch. What has happened, and as we plan for the next 25 years, we need to agree on how we shall at least have 2 ranches or 4. But I know Mr. Walter Odokorot is working with us to promote ranching, and Mr. Seruko. Honorable Minister, there's something also we've observed in the Land Act of 1998 under Section 44.4, that because these resources are protected for and on behalf of the people, you cannot just release them out. And the Act says here that government shall not release out or otherwise alienate land friend. So that has given us some bit of energy that you cannot degassette anyhow. And this is in the Land Act. And those who have been clamoring for degassettement, this means that the people who own the resources must agree on whether to degassette, and there is no provision for that in the current Act. And that would require amending the Constitution, but also amending the Wildlife Act and the other laws, including the Environment Act, and that will give us some 20 years to review this law. So we are not degassetting. 2010, we have for the National Development Plan, and during the planning process, it did identify the need for the review of our policy, which we had. Actually, that was a draft. And in 2014, we have a policy which emphasizes the need to manage wildlife in a manner that contributes to the development of the country, socio-economic development, but also the owners of the resource, the people must be benefit. 2019, we have the revised Wildlife Act, and there was a justification for the review of the 2000 Act. These are some of the issues. Again, like I said, there were a couple of developments that have taken place, including the oil and gas issues. We are celebrating 25 years, and we are planning for the next 25 years. And today's new vision says the government is going to be taking the final investment decision to construct the final, and we have oil, at least what I've read, for the next 25 years. So who will be working with the oil exploration in the Uganda? So I think as we plan, these are some of the issues that we wanted to address, because we wanted to see how oil can be managed in harmony and in conformity with the other interests, including wildlife. We wanted to also see how we can harness the resource so that oil, wildlife can benefit the people of Uganda. In the Act 2019 also opened up space for investment. I thought you would highlight these new developments, including the concession agreements that we have signed recently. This is a result of and the reduction of exclusion zones around wildlife protected areas. So we did review all the acts provided for all this, and then of course enhance incentives for people to be able to appreciate and support conservation, address conflicts, and then also generate money for UA, because the act allows UA to collect and spend on the source. I think that's a unique role. We did a great job. Now, UA was doing very well by 2019. I had just joined, I spent 1 year. COVID followed me. 2020, after 2 years, we had a problem, but at least I would like to congratulate you again. You've given us the figures that UA was almost hitting the financial sustainability bit of it. Now, very quickly, that UA to succeed, it worked with other institutions, and there are other complementary laws, the Education Center Act, the Wildlife Research and Training Act 2016, and then there are a couple of other laws. But also why I need to highlight this, Honorable Minister, is that Uganda has no deficiency of policies and laws. We have so many, but we also have global commitments, the Sustainable Development Goals, the 15 commits us, because we are a signatory to UN, to make sure that we protect these resources. We have international conventions that we are required to implement. These are all policies and laws, and we have signed, committed ourselves, including the Convention on Biological Diversity. There are ongoing negotiations to agree on the post-2020 CBD plan, and the draft text that concerns us here is that we will be required to increase the protected area coverage by 30%. We already have 10% of the parks, but someone said the forest is used to cover 12 plus 10 plus wetlands 8. I think we have already something, but they are committing us to increase. We have regional treaties. I know a number of you did not know that we have Agenda 2063 of the African Union that was agreed upon by our leaders, and in there, in the document, it commits us to make sure that we sustainably protect and manage Africa's resources, wildlife resources, in a sustainable manner. We have the East African, the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, where I brought this. It provides for numerous, the Article 116 mandates us to work together and develop policies, and the policies are listed here. But the Honorable Minister, from 1999, we have drafted documents apart from the East African Community Protocol, Environment and Natural Resources. The others are still drafts on tourism, on wildlife, and the forestry. But we have the Greater Virunga, which is somehow implementing Article 116. So, now we'll move back. One, the problem is ourselves. We, the human race, are increasing at a very fast rate, and the 25 years of and the next 25 years, I would like you to look at the graph and see where the population will be. We shall be 103. This is from the Population Secretariat report. 103, that is the 45 of today times 2 is 90 plus 13. Where is the land? Where will the water be? Now, this is the question that we have not been addressing. We say family planning, but the people who are talking about family planning have 7 children, 10. So can we now also, the ED has given us the good news that the wildlife population is healthy and stable. It is increasing. Human population increasing and wildlife population increasing. The interface, you will know. Okay? Now, my comments, very quick comments, that wildlife protected areas, are they protected, as we call them? Yes. I think if I wanted to ask for figures on poaching, because I know poaching could have reduced, but the figures indicate otherwise that poaching still persists. But These figures are a result of intense monitoring, intense supervision, and data collection. We see figures at least increasing, but that is very important for us to know what is happening in the country. So poaching persists. Why? Because there is a problem. Enforcement has it worked? Now, my late Professor Edroma, Eric, did indicate to us at some point, he shared with us that when they introduced community conservation in the 1980s, he resisted seriously because he wondered how we could work with poachers to protect wildlife resources. And IUCN, which had introduced the concept, insisted that these guys own the resource and they know what they have been doing and they had to participate. And when he accepted finally, he did see the right, and he has since, by the time he died, he had observed that communities had a role. Now, can we go back and revisit this? And then he did also share with us that when they accepted, IUCN had convinced them that they would gradually scale down on the gun use. The law enforcement has increased the presence of community conservation rangers who would talk to the poachers, and then they don't go in the protected areas, and that was a policy matter. Can we now revisit it and see if we increase our presence outside, talk to these people, can we see a difference? Because I know we have had considerable investment in law enforcement. But is it working? We need to evaluate. I think in the next 25 years, if we have to draw serious plans, we need to evaluate our performance. Reduced poaching, I want to add the word outside. Because you said poaching has reduced. Where? It is inside, but outside we have incidences of increase in the poaching. I think that's what I would want to comment. Fighting wildlife crime 2010-2022, especially in terms of detection of the contraband. There has been a lot of emphasis on cross-border monitoring and capturing ivory, which is very good, and the hypothesis and a lot of the rhino and the pangolin scales. But we call that post-mortem, and the people who are killing are down there in the rural areas. We need now, of course, to maintain that, but look at the person who is killing this elephant before we get the ivory in the truck roads. I think that needs to be emphasized as we go to the 25 years, the conviction rate. Let me skip a couple of these ones. Revenue sharing, yes, that has worked. Diseases, he talked about this, let me not repeat all this. Now, objective 1F and the 8B. Now, the Wildlife Act 2019 plus the objective 8, the objective 8, 1F and 8B highlights the need for formulating bylaws and regulations to protect wildlife. Now, Section 86 mandates the minister in consultation with the board to develop these regulations. Now, under 86, there are several of them about 11 or 12. I'm sorry to report that we don't have a regulation. Can we go in for, because I see under the oil and gas sector they have 10 regulations, upstream, downstream, midstream, environment and safety regulations. Because even if you have all these policies and laws without the regulations, you cannot enforce, you cannot achieve impact. Can we, in the next, not 25 now, we commit ourselves, and that's why we have drafts working with our colleagues in the legal unit at Uganda Wildlife Authority. This is a mandate that is shared by both of us. We have the draft revenue sharing regulations. For the first time, the minister has endorsed, thank you very much, our minister. He has endorsed the regulations. This time now, the regulations, we had guidelines. Now the difference is that the regulation is when you steal the money, they capture you and then they suggest you to register here. So this time they are legally binding and binding. We have for management of the wildlife use rights draft. We have for concessions, we have a consultant, and thank you, Madam PS, for supporting the process and guiding us. We have also the compensation, the wildlife compensation scheme regulation and sign. Yes, thank you again, Honourable Minister. But I think we also needed to agree on mining, Chair. We have people inquiring, we cannot mine gold in Uganda. Do we allow mining in Uganda? Do we have a policy? Can we agree whether we can allow mining? Can we categorize areas where mining is allowed or not? So that those are areas, settlement in the PS, we have sanctuaries in the fishing villages, but they have become livestock farms. Can we have regulations and then the resource access? People are investing in Marewa, balls, the regulations. So what I'm trying to emphasize, Honourable Minister, is that we are glad that you came in, you've signed the regulations. We will need to fast track this process. My other comment, of course, Lee talked about the introduction, but the lions, our policy on breeding. We haven't been breeding some of these animals, but we know Uganda Wildlife Conservation Education Center, represented by Dr. Musinuzi, has a mandate of breeding endangered species. By law, can we set up a breeding center there and carry these animals and have them back in the wild? But I know the IUCN introduction and introduction guidelines, they say that before you introduce, you must first assess and ascertain the causes of the reduction and also address them before you carry the animals and commit them on food. Because you must first address the cause of factor. So we need in the next 25 years to address what has made these animals disappear. We have partners that are working with us to breed animals in private captive facilities. What is our policy? What is the role of these facilities? How do we regulate them? How can we work with them to breed some of the species that have gone extinct or are reducing? Because the private sector tends to move into faster. You saw Mr. Jarwanda, who is representing the private, he was talking with a lot of energy. If we tell him to breed lions, he could produce them, he could produce 10 in a year. So Mr. Jarwanda, so we need to agree in the next 10 years, how do we work with colleagues in the private sector to promote research, improve welfare of animals, but also understand their relevance and be able to promote that sector. Employment policy, recently, I know I think you know, in the next few months you'll be recruiting. Of course, people are saying those who sleep with the baboons, those who got their crops, must have the first opportunity to benefit from wildlife. And the policy says that the wildlife protected areas shall be a source of socio-economic livelihood and employment. But now the guys are saying you have put the things in the newspaper. Can we agree in the next 25 years whether we work with the people who are protecting these animals or we continue to open that? The Gazette, I have talked about it. We have global commitments. Madam, thank you for addressing the issue of gender. Men. Okay. Thank you. Yes, I'm glad that you talked about it. Now, the policy on compensation. Compensation is a very tricky thing. The last time I visited Kenya, they had a 5 billion bill for compensation, and this one had accumulated in a period of 5 years. Do we have the money? So, no. Or we have, yes. But whether we have the money or not, the ED said they suffer serious constraints with funding. Can we invest heavily in mitigation in the next 25 years? Can we protect people from wildlife so that they don't come with huge claims? The last time I was at OA, we used to to work together. On average, we get, I think, about 20, 30 grams of Africans. You are good at exaggerating. 2 pineapples is 2 million. We give you 1 million, you say no. So can we now work towards mitigating so invest heavily so that we don't pay? I'm almost done. The chair recommendations, we are going to review the policy. The policy is 2014, 2024, 2 years to come, it will be 10 years. I think there are a couple of issues that I've highlighted that require a little bit of revisiting. We will also, these are extracted from the state of wildlife resources that has been approved by the board, that you needed to conduct evaluation of these resources. We've suffered, the Honorable Minister, some of these areas, people look at them as they don't have any value. So we want to get experts to attach value and then be able to protect them properly. But also at the same time, when we know the value, it informs the policy formulation processes. We also see a lot of trade, but we need to agree on whether we shall continue and trade in what. Community aspects, I talked about incentives. Now, recommendations. I have a recommendation here. Since Section 60D of the Wildlife Act mandates UWA to identify and recommend areas for declaration as wildlife conservation areas. And Honorable Minister, I heard last week on radio that they are tabling the land bill for compulsory acquisition. Can we build on this to, and also Section 230, Article 237 of the Constitution, which allows us to protect these resources? Can we work with the lands to, if we identify areas that they are still key, for example, the corridors where we have chimpanzees, and acquire them, we can buy and pay, but can also acquire working with lands so that we protect these species. I've talked about formulation of regulations, we work together to do this, but also, this is very important. Uganda Wildlife Authority in 1996 inherited what they used to call Central Forest Reserves. Chivale, Elgon, where. These forest reserves used to have what we call grassland patches. And they were protected by about 8 people, each forest reserve. But now the communities were doing a good job. They would do seasonal burning and create space for elephants and baboons and other grazers to graze. Now, because of enhanced protection with guns, these protected forests have become forests. It's a huge achievement. But the grazers are on the main road. They have no grass. Can we cut down the trees to establish grazing patches for? And I think, and that's what the communities told me, that the baboons used to eat young pigs, the elephant grass. So they would be busy. But now they see the maize as what? As elephant grass. So they spend much of the time on people's cuttings and we are compensated. So we need to revisit, we go to Bindi, cut it down, we go to Chivale, and then we can look at the big trees and convert them into So that's very important because we've been talking about invasives. Let's open up. I know when we talk about rehabilitation and restoration, we think about tree planting. Can we restore habitats by improving the welfare of animals that live in grass? Capacity, the ED talked about that, and then I know you will be going out tomorrow to oversee the implementation of the parish development model, but there have been other previous policies, and these guys may have to open up wildlife areas to achieve this PDM. So we want to really talk to request you to appeal to colleagues that they can use sustainably what they have. They shouldn't cut down the forest to increase cultural outlook. So this is a policy harmonization. I'm talking about the and then these are enough. So my conclusion that the policy environment is adequate. There are a few gaps. So it has been a little bit favorable, a couple of issues, but overall we have policies right from the global level up to local level. We have also the policy has enabled the of course to achieve all the milestones that the ED reported, but like I did highlight, we needed to think hard about the human population growth versus the wildlife population increase and the demand for land. That the policy reforms, the harmonization and the coordination is essential if we are to achieve, improve the wildlife management in the next 25 years. And I continue to defend my people. My village is 2 kilometers from the park boundary. So we need to continuously engage the people because when I'm no longer here, the benefit among the people who live near the protected areas. So the people are very important, the communities. I hope Mr. Walter have okay. Now, we also note that international and local partnerships are very essential. Our colleagues in the civil society organizations and then the international partners and donors. The donors, the private sector. Oh, Mr. Kakpio, we need you here in the next 25 years. Jennifer, you were here from the civil society and Dr. Simon Nambim and the colleagues from Uganda. Thank you very much. I want to end here thanking you and congratulating you again.
Colleagues, what the Commission has done is to eat into the time, but you will also be giving your thoughts. But I understand there is some tea somewhere at the back. Actually, I was wondering, I said, it's a long session, no tea, nothing, like break. But I understand there is tea. And that the suggestion is that we get the tea and come back and just try to wind up. Because if we take a break and hang around and we'll get out of here after dark. And I don't think that's the right thing to do. So let's grab ourselves cups of tea, come back to our tables and have a general discussion. I'm sure some of you already have certain issues you picked from both the keynote address as well as the gentleman and lady who did the analysis. You may also have your additional points. To make it quick, if one person mentions something that is burning in your heart, you'd like to say it, and they already mentioned it, please do not come up and say, I'd like to support what he said, and so on and so forth. Let's just stick to those points that people are making that is new. We have a rapporteur who is taking note of all these points that people are raising, so that going forward, actually, the output of this meeting is useful to all as they chart a way forward for the next 25 years. You know, change is not easy. People take a long time to accept change, and sometimes change is necessary. So let's hear your views. Meantime, please grab a tea so that we don't have a long line there. If you are nearest, just get yourself a cup of tea, come at your table, and then we'll continue and wind up maybe the next 35 minutes or so. Thank you. Yes, I think the thing is, as some of our colleagues grab a cup of tea, stop us from airing our views as we wait for the lines to produce. So let's get on with it. The microphone will be taken around. I can see there are already quite a few hands. How are we going to do this? Let's start from this end and then work our way that way so that we finish everybody's comment. Yes, madam.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chair. I first would like to start by thanking the key speaker, the ED UA, for a wonderful presentation, and the discussions have done a fantastic job. I was just talking with the peers who were looking around. No one was sleeping. Everyone was very attentive, was very educated, getting some of the history, the statistics, the graphs. So just to, first of all, extend appreciation to all of you. You have done a very good job. I just wanted, without repeating any of the things that have been said, just to add a couple of things in terms of tourism development and promotion. And we are looking at the next 25 years. And I think we need to look at inclusive tourism. Inclusive tourism where we are not just concentrating on the existing protected areas where there are wildlife resources, because we have so much. As Uganda Tourism Board, what we have done in the recent past is to refresh the destination brand. And we are trying to redefine what Sir Churchill Winston said many years ago about Uganda being the Pearl of Africa. The Pearl of Africa, as we are redefining it, is defining Uganda having the depth, the range, and the variety that Africa has. So the diversity, the variety that we haven't made the best use of it. We have yes, we have made some use of the wildlife resources, but what about the cultural resources? What about the historical resources we have in diversifying the tourism experiences? And this, to me, the main point I'm trying to make about this is that tourism is a key tool in supporting conservation. Beyond the revenue sharing that we already seen that has worked, the tourism revenue that is coming in because of the National Park or Wildlife tourism development that has already happened. Inclusive tourism, if we develop the other assets that we have, including the cultural assets, that should be able to get everyone across the country involved in tourism. And if people are going to have an alternative livelihood, then we should be able to also minimize on the conflict that we are talking about, which is one of the biggest challenges we have in conservation now. So in terms of looking forward, I think that, for me, would be one of the solutions towards minimizing conflicts or providing solution to managing the development and livelihood of people without depending only on the wildlife resources. Point number two that
got lots of hands, so please.
Yes. Number two, point number two I have is about communication of conservation messages. It did come out very clearly from all the presentations key tool that, as conservationists and everyone as stakeholders in conservation, we need to have clear communication strategy for conservation. We haven't done enough to create awareness. We haven't used all the available means of communication. And also the messaging, the communication messaging is something that we still need to refine. So for the future as well, I think that is one other area that we can improve on by looking at developing a communication strategy for conservation. But this can also be tied in together with tourism. There's one thing that we have been discussing, maybe for the benefit of the others in the room. UA and UTB, we have at management level, we have regular meetings. One of the ideas that we have been looking at, why not have a dedicated television channel for conservation and tourism? 24 hours that, we have availability of information about conservation to the public, to the community. And there's so many other ideas. So, Chairman, I think the second point there was about communication. And then the last one, very briefly, as well, just building on what has already been said about before. We need to look at, I think this point was brought out by Achilles, we need to look beyond where we are looking at the ecosystem services as well, not just the wildlife value from the point of view that we are looking at it. And one of the things I wanted to bring out is, if we all remember, I don't know, it didn't come out, but maybe it is something that UA is already working on, but to what extent, I don't know. But in the next 25 years, what I would also recommend is that we should carry out economic valuation of all the wildlife resources. Because if we remember what happened with Mabera Forest, when they wanted to cut Mabera Forest, the late Dr. Mayini's economic valuation of Mabera Forest, to some extent, is what saved us. So it is one area that in the next 25 years we must invest to get economic valuation of all our wildlife resources. We should not just be looking at the US dollar 63.9 billion, that the ED was quoting. There is a lot more economic value than these resources are offering us. And we need to bring this out and communicate it to the public and to the various stakeholders that we need support from, especially those who make the laws and give the budget allocation, the parliament and others. Thank you.
Thank you. I didn't want to be rude because you were the first one and the lady, but I'm going to be a bit rude with some of the others. I have to cut you off because there are so many hands that are saying that we really need to go around.
Thank you, Chairman. One, this bit of Uganda Wildlife Authority, I implore you to think about the national anthem. We had started it some time back, but I didn't hear it being sung. It helps in the communication. Number two, Mr. ED, kindly think about research. We are going to face lots of challenges. We need information to be backed by research. And this has come out abundantly from the remarks of the Honorable Minister, and the Commission has pointed it out. Number three, address the issue of sustainable finance. It's going to cause you trouble, and you've got partners to call upon. You've got Uganda Biodiversity Trust Fund, and you've got Mindy and think about this past trust funding. I think it can help you in closing it up. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That was good. We are moving that way. So, okay, thank you. Dr. had already introduced himself. I'm Young Kama James. Many of you may associate me with Greater Virunga Transbarrier Collaboration, but I've come here in Goodall Institute 2 months old as Executive Director. I have 2 things to talk about. The hot cake is compensation. Thank you, Mr. Minister, for signing it. But the ED has said this is what he wants to do best. I looked at the figures of the population. I looked at the forest outside protected and other habitats of wildlife outside protected areas greatly dwindling, competing with other land uses, and I thought this was going to be a very big challenge. Therefore, I would propose that let compensation, I've been in Uganda and looking at compensation very closely and monitoring it almost all the time. If compensation has to be sustainable throughout, then it should be embedded in the people who are the beneficiaries of this compensation. And one way of doing it is to make the compensation scheme self-help. If you have got the funds, look for ways of putting it into those same communities such that it grows. Otherwise, the demand alone to keep pushing in, and with the growing tendency of where Uganda is now, poverty is a little bit increasing, you go in the village, men are no longer working, everybody is asking, then I think it will be a great challenge. But look for a way of reinvesting it. Your neighbor, who is your chair, started a resilience fund when he was at JGI. They are good examples to learn from. I went to Kasongo and I found, I think it's a good story to talk about. Sustainability, harvesting. One time when I worked with the IGCP, I remember I brought in Madame Minister and Makongo, Mr. John Makombo in Bindi. We have been talking about the topic had started. We invested in it as IGCP, AWF then, and the topic had started. I'm a forest officer, so when I was in Bindi, I saw a lot of mahoganies just lying in there. And it's not because I really wanted the mahoganies to be cut, but by that time I was strongly promoting and I still do the conservation of mountain gorillas. But the food, where the mahoganies was, there was no food for the mountain gorillas. The population is increasing. The logo is taking over. What do? Do we keep watching? Eventually, that cash cow might go away because we will have no food to eat. So I think really this discussion should come about back by research. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Joseph Seruko once again. I thank all the presenters, the keynote speakers, and the panelists. My points are two. In the next 25 years when we are here, our challenges, our successes now are going to become our challenges. I'm looking at a situation of land remaining equal, remaining the same, but the land available for wildlife significantly reducing every year. We are seeing the population, as the keynote speaker noted or showed, the wildlife population is increasing. And as George also showed, the human population is also increasing. presented by the keynote speaker is fencing of wildlife protected areas. Yes, it is a good thing, but is it going to be sustainable? I will use examples of elephants and chimps. Supposing you fenced off Maxon Falls and no elephant or no other animal is coming out or going in. What will happen when the population of elephants doubles in, say, 10, 15 years? They are likely to destroy their own habitat and also for other wildlife. Here, we are saying, I was following closely the debate in Southern Africa between those countries and CITES. It was a few weeks ago. The Southern African countries had a good argument. CITES and the other African countries had a better argument for good reasons. We cannot kill elephants. How are we going to control the population of elephants in an enclosed national park? They are increasing, but they can't get out. What strategy is there to make sure the elephants don't destroy their own habitat? CITES didn't give a solution to those Southern African countries. The same with us here, we don't have a solution. When the elephant population grows out of hand.
I request that you please hurry with your point.
Okay, so that is a challenge. Our success is going to become our challenge. Lastly, on tourism products, I think we are doing badly here. We are not diversifying our products. Madam Eunice on our platform was sending something on the Angole cow. Doing much far better in South Africa than us, the owners. Thank you.
I hope you see the hands. Just keep on going to my right.
Chairperson of Mostekas, John Emily. 5 points. Just like Arthur. Ranching. I'd like to thank.
And we have 3 points.
3 points. Yeah. Ranching is one of them. Chairperson, why we are having problems with the wildlife outside protected areas is because we have not implemented that area of ranching. Conservance is understand Umoja and I think we should look at that very, very seriously and we move on that. 2, the negative, all your stakeholders. Indeed, in the Wildlife Act, you have stakeholders given to you, and one of them is the honorary wildlife officers. You are not effectively using them because they can give a mileage in the conservation. And then also district wildlife committees, you are not using them effectively. The other one is the taking advantage of government presidential pronouncements. When they talk about conservation during this national address, I thought we would follow it up very effectively. We followed it up in some forum, but it didn't anyway. I think Maki also talked about us working individually, who are alone, UTB alone, Westlands alone, alone. If we put our efforts together, even what Madam talked about, having the environmental television, it will come. Finally, Chairperson, the issue of community conservation. I think UWA in the next 25 years should really concentrate on funding and promoting community conservation. What is happening in Kibale right now is very ugly if you are all following it. Very, very, very ugly. You see it on WhatsApp or everywhere else. It is very, very ugly. I think we must put emphasis on community conservation and make sure that we fund it adequately. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. I am Walt Odogorot with the Umoja Wildlife Conservancies of Uganda. Based on the presentation made earlier, I'm looking at the transition from the Game Department in the National Park from Uganda Wildlife Authority. I observe that there is a gap that has not been filled, especially on the side that the role that was being done by the by the Game Department, that is management of wildlife outside protected areas. Uganda Wildlife Authority much more taking time into protected areas while the gap outside is there. I think in the next 25 years, we need to move and have these three perspectives ahead of, with us. That is conservation for people, conservation with people, and conservation by people. Conservation for people should be in protected areas. We know where the regulation is stronger. With people should be in the wildlife protected, wildlife reserve, and by people, that is wildlife outside protected areas. Therefore, I would really recommend that we need to strengthen community participation in wildlife management. Instead of community involvement, let us have community participation where landowners and communities manage wildlife on their land, get benefit from it, and turn wildlife conservation as land use. I heard a number of people say that the land is small, population is increasing, but to me, population increase is only in urban areas. Go to Karamoja, go to part of Acholi, go to part of Ankole. Wildlife are still roaming all over. The statistic they have portrayed here is just talking of wildlife inside protected areas. I've not heard much where OWA has done wildlife assessment outside protected areas. So that's how Umoja came in. Umoja is looking at, actually as you said, EDE and OWA is doing a lot to train, to bring capacity of the staff. I took the time to request him also to pull out, and he sent me out in the community as an ambassador. And we team up with some all these, like Joseph Seroko, Chris Oriema, and form this Umoja that looks at empowering communities to participate in wildlife management. Umoja now, we have got 16 community groups working under the conservancy approach, which we borrowed from the neighboring communities in Kenya and Tanzania. But looking at the conservancy approach, it had been here in Uganda before. We knew the control hunting, the traditional hunting ground in Ankole, in Acholi, in Karamoja, all those, the team, people knew how to control and hunt and get benefit from this wildlife. Therefore, by promoting community participation, we look into that. And Umoja is also moving into support OWA, because OWA cannot be everywhere on human-wildlife conflict. We feel human-wildlife conflict sometimes is over-exaggerated because people look at wildlife to be government properties. We are looking at how do we make this community manage the conflict by themselves using community-based approach. You remember the issue of Gibi and Labongo. When somebody's crop was eaten, did they take them to court? So we want to decentralize this approach to get back. I know the government may not have everlasting money to do compensation. So we first that we need to support us, and we do this. Soon we shall be moving to Bunyoro and Toro where change conflict is. So that we decentralize people. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Can you help me by not assisting me to be rude, so please?
Yes.
Yeah.
I understand you. Now, one of the things that I think members here should really look at more critically is the possibilities of ensuring that conservation of biodiversity can reduce poverty. We've had this for very many years in the next 25 years, let's see how this can become very practical. And I also looked at the utilization. I remember your colleague there trying to talk about hunting, and he said he didn't like it. I want to bring to attention that in Cameroon, there is hunting of buffalo and elephants for social, economic, and ecological reasons. So probably we need to look more critically on how this can come on board, so that at the end of it, there is more money that comes not only from tourism, but also from harvesting those resources. The next one is the relationship between Uganda Wildlife Authority and WEC. Those animal species that we know are either at the edge of extinction or are probably extinct, we can be able to create an environment where these animals can be bred with the aim of taking them back to the wild, because they may not be in Uganda, but we know we can get them from somewhere else, but make sure that those animals come back. Last but not least, I would want to emphasize the issue of research, that conservation areas cannot carry the entire burden for biodiversity conservation. They should provide laboratories for understanding nature and the environment. So once research is given that priority, I see that we can be able to move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair and members. James Msengu is my name, Executive Director, UWEC. I want to assure Professor that UWEC has actually succeeded in breeding some of these species, like lions. Right now we have 11 lions, and we are willing actually to work in partnership to reintroduce back into the wild, either using it as a research project and also working together in partnership to address the causal effects as to why these animals in the world have faced these challenges, of course, as per the IUCN reintroduction guidelines. So we are moving steadily there, and once we are in agreement and in partnership, then we can do this as a research project, which can be able to galvanize our mandate. I also want to point out that George raised an issue of a gap in terms of the awareness strategy. I want to inform the meeting that government of Uganda has provided funding through the Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities to develop a wildlife conservation education strategy for Uganda. And the process has started. Currently we are doing consultations in the regions, and we are going to call a national stakeholders workshop to consult all of you. We are going to invite you. And so the issue of awareness is going to be addressed